Hello, 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 hello. Playing some Farming Sim today. Farming Fridays. Excuse me. Let's get in there. I got trees to chop. Trees to chop, things to do. Let's see. Oh yeah, I had a load ready to go. So we'll just take that. Why not? I'm happy to get a good amount of farming in today. I wonder how many of these trees I'll be able to get cut today. I also announced in Discord I will be doing a marathon for a week starting on Sunday. And there'll be a lot of farming sim in that too, so hopefully we'll make a lot of progress. My goodness, these slopes are rough when this is full. I still really wonder if I had, like, if there's an amount of horsepower I could have that we could handle these slopes, but I don't know. I think it's just pretty steep. Can like barely see where I'm going. Oh, I see where I am now. I need to make a road for myself to get to the main road because I struggle every time. So many trees. I mean, I guess even if there was no road, but just weren't trees in that part, I could get over here pretty easy, but I don't know, man. I'm thinking once I get all these trees down, we should have enough funds that I can just, well, obviously we'll turn the field that the trees are in into like a crop field, but after, and we'll need a seeder for that, and we'll need a fertilizer spreader for that. But after that, like, I think we should have enough money to buy a couple more fields, because there are 3 regular crops that we could plant this season. I hope I'm going the right way. My first trip, every day I stream this is like me remembering where I'm going. I think we're going the right way. Yeah, this looks right. But yeah, then bonus to that, if there's still money left over in September, would be probably a grass field, because I think there's at least 1 grass field, and I do love mowing grass. I'll probably do that if I can. I think because of the harvester that I bought, though, that even though it was like crazy on sale, I think we're probably not really going to profit from the wood chips trees anymore. Like, we're not going to be in the green per se. I mean, we will be in the green because we essentially got free money when we found the treasure, but if we consider that like not really part of the equation, then we won't really be in profit territory. Wait. Oh. There we go. I don't know, we'll see. I only roughly did the math for the remaining trees, and I was pretty, like, conservative in my estimations, so maybe we'll have more money than I think. We shall see. But now that we're on the smaller, like the trees are getting smaller and smaller from here on out. Like the full-size trees are completely gone. Each row is going to give significantly less per tree. I guess not per row necessarily, but probably per row and per tree. If you think about that, like I just got 19K. If I remember correctly, that was the first delivery for a new row, and it was more. That was more than half the trees in the row, because the trees were smaller and they had so much less volume that what I had to do for the full-size trees was deliver like 3 trips worth, because I could there were like 9 trees per row or something, and I could deliver like 3 trees at a time. But now they have so much less volume of wood chips that, you know, I don't even know how many trees I put in here, but it was a lot. It was like maybe nine trees on its own. So there's more trees in the rows because they're smaller, but they're not worth as much. I wouldn't be surprised if like the entire like final row of like baby trees is just worth like a couple thousand because they're basically like nothing there. I didn't check either, like maybe at some point wood chips are not the best thing to do. It was definitely the case with the full-size trees, but maybe as we get smaller, it's not the case. I didn't actually check. Probably should have done that. I would think, though, since it's the same type of tree, that it's probably still the best to do wood chips, but I'll check. Because we can look at the tree like itself and look at the stats in game. Okay, let me turn this around. Slopes are crazy, even with an empty trailer. Okay. Let's take a look. So it says, well, obviously not cut. It's going to be a problem. Let me do a cut. So this entire trunk is already worth more. than it was before, but the wood chip value is 2.4K. $500. Yeah, definitely still worth more as wood chips. Okay, good to know. At this point, doing wood chips is easier anyway. At least I feel like it's easier. We've got a system. Oh, let me jiggle this setting because it always gets screwy. There we go. Ba-da-doo. I'm really excited to do the marathon though. I hope it works out well. Me doing a more like crazy format for the marathon. I hope it's a lot of fun. I'm excited for the games. I've just been dying to like stream way more ever since I came back to streaming, so sort of my way to give myself temporary permission to stream a whole bunch is with the marathon. Yeah, there were a lot more trees in this row than with the full size. Because I know I took a bunch in that first trip. I mean, that looks like 14 or so trees. Maybe I didn't take as many as I thought. I thought I took like 9 of them first trip. Hold on to it, little guy. Come on. Come on. There we go. Logging in the hours, logging up the forest. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Lola. Welcome in. Log the fuck in, that's right. My little wood chipper. There you go. Come on, eat it up. Thank you. Chomp on them logs. I just can't get over this view of like looking out and seeing all those trees over there. It looks so cool. Like as difficult as it is to drive up these slopes, I love the effect it has, like visually, when you're like looking out. Very cool. Oh no. There we go. Yeah, I put the list of a bunch of the games I'm planning on playing for the marathon. I am planning on trying Hollow Knight. I'm a little nervous because everyone's told me it's really, really hard, and I'm not very good at platformers. But like, it appeals to me so much because it's like, it looks like, I should say, the Souls game of Metroidvanias. I mean, I guess what I learned once I learned more about Metroidvanias is that Souls is already a Metroidvania. It's just a 3D one, but it's the Souls game of 2D Metroidvanias, I should say. And that appeals to me very much. And also, after I played through Zelda, because like Zelda was a franchise that for the longest time I was like, oh yeah, I could never play those. Like, I can't level up. No shot. I can't out level my problems. That ain't the game for me. The original reason I was confused why I didn't like the Souls games at first was because it was just a 3D Metroidvania, but it was a skill issue. Well, and Souls are also like weird games. Like, Souls... Juan and I were talking about this the other night, where like, Souls games just, they have weird controls, and like, every game has like its own language, I guess, but Souls in particular is one of those games that especially has its own, like, not just the controls, but it just, they're just Souls things, right? Where you're like, they don't really make sense, they just make sense once you figure them out. and that's Souls, right? But once you figure them out, then it's amazing, right? Like, it's wonderful, whatever. Because we were talking about it because we were playing Lords of the Fallen, and like the 2.0 one, and that one has like, it's like a Souls game in almost every way. Like, if you like were to list out like things a Souls game does, like checkboxes or something, the 2.0 of Lords of the Fallen like does all those things, but it then like, I don't know what the right word for it is. It's not modernizes it, but like, I guess it sort of makes it normal. It like does it the normal way instead of the Souls way. So like, all the controls are like the way controls are in every other game instead of the way they are in a Souls game. And then like, connecting to your friend is like picking a friend from your Steam friends lists instead of whatever, however I would simplify describing Souls game multiplayer. Like, instead of that, it's normal. And we're like, it's interesting because I don't necessarily know that I would change that about Souls games, that they're like weird. Like there's certain parts of it that I would definitely change. Like in a perfect world, I would definitely want, especially because I love playing Souls game multiplayer, if I would want there to be like a friend mode almost, like for there to be different, not a friend mode, but like different rules for if you're inviting a friend versus if you're just inviting a random person. Because I actually think the way multiplayer works in Souls games is kind of great if you're a solo player. Because like I've played Souls games solo as well, but like that like semi-multiplayer component is really cool in Souls games. Like it's like you'll see messages from people, or when I originally played, I forget which of the Souls games, but one of them I remember in particular, like when it was a really difficult boss, there'd always be a bunch more people being ready to summon right outside the boss door, like just random players, because they knew that like new people would be struggling with that boss. So they... Oh, I was so confused. I thought the tree disappeared. It's like, I kind of like that, like, and I think it was Bloodborne that did the thing with like the blood pools, where if you saw a pool of blood, you could interact with it and you could actually see the ghost of the person, like how they died almost, and you'd be, like, be trying to like solve the mystery of their murder so that it didn't happen to you. Like, I think that stuff's really cool and unique in a good way. The part that isn't great is, oh man, all the jumping puzzles in Souls games, but the 100,000 bajillion times where I've accidentally backstepped instead of jumped, because jump, run, and backstep and dodge are all the same button. It's like you'll just accidentally do one of the other three things and it'll absolutely destroy you. And like, it's a little bit just funny and it's fine, but then sometimes it's just frustrating that it's all the same button. But it was funny because we were playing Lords of the Fallen and jumping was like its own button. I think it was the same as like interact, and it was throwing us off because we were so used to Souls games that we actually were struggling with what was completely normal. Like in any other like 3D, you know, RPG, you would just jump with that button. But because we play so much Souls and because the game was so much like Souls, our muscle memory was like, no, you need to press this other button. It's just, so yeah, I think it's not necessarily a skill issue when people come in and struggle. I think it's just like the game's freaking weird. It's like it's almost weird enough control wise, I feel like, if you were to completely take out people's like experience with Souls games at this point. But like, you guys remember when what was that game that came out? It was written this Souls game, but the controls were in action game language. Exactly. Yeah. Like it had all the like it was clear that it was made by people who love Souls, but they were also just like, but what if Souls controls made sense? It's basically what they did. And then, like, what if when I wanted to play with my friends, I just played with them? Imagine. Because it also, in Lords of the Fallen, you don't get disconnected from your friend after you beat a boss, because they're your friend. So you just stay together. No, it was a skill issue for me. Like, I didn't understand the controls language. It was frustrating, but once I spoke the language, it was great. Yeah. But I don't think not understanding like the controls is a skill issue. Like I came from, you know, doing user interface stuff a ton, like deciding how a user interface would work um, for programs. And maybe it just comes from that I just really put the onus on the person that designs the system, because like there is like some psychology there that you have to like do, but it's complicated, right? Because you even think about like us using controllers. Like right now I'm using an Xbox controller. Xbox controllers in general are weird. They are a learned thing, but we have learned them. So there's like a certain point where it's like controllers are the easier control scheme for certain scenarios once you learn them, but you have to learn them. So you have to like figure out whether it's worth it, essentially. Like, is it worth the initial, I don't know how to use this thing. I don't know how to control myself. Good point. Definitely fair point. What is it but a skill? Absolutely. But I guess it's like a balance between the things. Like, is there a reason that Souls game controls need to be different? I guess is my real question. Like, there's a reason that most games of the same genre use the same controls. There's a reason. It's because they are leaning on the fact that people who play that genre have already learned a certain button set, and they are using that to their own advantage and to the player's advantage to teach them whatever else they need to teach them that is specific to their game, right? So my argument would be with Souls is that they just were like, nah, we gonna reinvent the wheel for no real reason. Not, at least not one I can determine, but I'm not a game developer, so, you know, whatever. Like, maybe there was some sort of thing they were trying to cram into their controls, that they just absolutely had to make their controls completely weird to accommodate for. But it doesn't feel that way when I watch something like Lords of the Fallen make the controls, like, basically it's the same exact gameplay, but just made the controls normal. But I don't know. There's also something to be said for like games that change the way the controls are, because even if it's not the like thing people have learned, it gives a certain feeling that they want. So like I think a really good example of this would be like Shadow of the Colossus, where like some of the controls are really weird in that game, but they do actually really suit the experience of the game. I mean, I will say the gameplay in that is kind of unique, so they had that cause to make the controls kind of weird. But on top of that, they give you a like physical experience with the way you press the controls that matches up with the experience. That's like, to me, seems very intentional. But with Souls, I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking, or if they were just being weird. But at this point, they can't change it, because that's what I've learned. So, Lords of the Fallen taught me that they need to just, if you're going to make a Souls game, you need to do Souls controls, because otherwise you're going to break my brain. Because we played for like, probably like 20 hours of Lords of the Fallen, and I never got used to it. Because I've got, I don't know, probably 1,000 hours in Souls games at this point. I don't know how long it would take me to overwrite that, but if I did, then I wouldn't be able to play a Souls game, so I don't know. But anyway, my point is, I'm excited to try Hollow Knight. This is where this conversation started. But yeah, I thought I couldn't play Zelda because it didn't have levels, and then I did. Then I played, like, I think it ended up being like 13 different Zelda games, and I beat them. And now that I've done that, I'm just like, I mean, why not, you know? Yeah, I mean, when I started Zelda, it was freaking rough, and I had so much help from chat and from Louise. Like Louise actually just taking the controller from me at one point during Link to the Past. But I got through it. Eventually. Yeah, with permission, with permission. It actually, I think with begging. I think there was begging involved. But yeah, like I got through it eventually. I figured it out eventually. And by the end of it, I felt incredibly competent as a Zelda player. Like at least average. Like by the time we were in the modern Zelda games, I was like, I get this. I can do this, right? Perhaps literal begging, yes. Yeah. But yeah, I really genuinely thought, like, before whatever it was that, I don't even remember what it was that convinced me to even try. I think just, I mean, I loved Breath of the Wild, and so it made me, like, want to try the other ones that weren't as new to Zelda friendly. And I'm so glad I did, because they're really, really special games. And for me, platformers have always, like, side scrollers in general have always been this genre that I look at and I'm just like, oh man, it looks so nice over there. Like, there's so many platformers with just incredible art and music and just like gorgeous looking boss fights and just cool stuff everywhere. And there's so many of them. There's so many of them that people love so dearly. Like the Shovel Knight craze and Castlevania and Hollow Knight and all the people out there that freaking love Mario and Celeste and like just there's so many and I always like watch longingly from a distance because every time I've ever tried to play them for like a little bit, like a platformer, I utterly fail. Anytime there's platforming in any game that isn't even actually a platformer, I utterly fail. I struggle so much. Like, judging distances is so difficult for the jumps in particular. But yeah, if I can get through Hollow Knight, I feel like it'll be unlocked. I will have unlocked. Yeah, I will definitely. If I get through Hollow Knight, I will definitely try Symphony of the Night again. But because I think if I can get through Hollow Knight, I will have unlocked an entire like 3 genres of video games for myself. Because there's 2 aspects to this. The first aspect that makes side-scrolling platforms in particular very tough for me, because like I've managed to play the sort of easygoing 3D platformers. Like I played Spyro growing up, and I played Ratchet and Clank, and I played Jak and Daxter. I don't think I beat any of those games as a kid because I didn't really beat games as a kid, but I played a good amount of them. But they're fairly easy. Like, well, large chunks of them are easy enough that I was able to play large chunks of them. But there are also really hard parts of them. And I beat the remake of Ratchet and Clank on stream, I believe. So, yeah, that was fun. But like, side scrollers in particular. Yeah, yes, Lola, 100%, 100%. Like, judging the distance is really, really rough, and like, and also each platformer kind of has slightly different rules, right? Like there's some platformers where like you jump and you slide, or like you have momentum. There's some where you like you're gonna go a very specific amount when you jump versus like maybe you need to sort of charge up your jump in some way, either via like building up momentum or like actually just holding down a button to charge. Like there's all these different elements that vary for each one. So like the actual jumping element is a part of it. The other part though, guys, and anybody who watched me play those early Zelda games, watch this happen, is when it turns into a bullet hell and you've just got things, projectiles coming at you from above you and below you and like just all over the place. I panic and my brain breaks. I'm sure it's a skill, like I'm hoping it's a skill that I could somehow work out to the point that these games become playable for me. But that is the worst part for me with side scrollers, is that there's so many times where it feels actually impossible for my brain to understand how to avoid being hit when there is so much going on at once. Like it's so incredibly overwhelming. And I've seen clips of Hollow Knight where this is definitely the case. Like there's a lot of stuff going on. Because I've watched little snippets of people playing, and I'm like, it's definitely got that aspect. But man, like I think the thing that really, specifically with Hollow Knight, compared to some of the other ones I've seen, that really makes me want to play it is the bosses. But I've definitely seen also side scrollers, like gameplay of side scrollers, where the traversal looks so satisfying. Like it just looks so satisfying to be good at using those skills to navigate around just crazy obstacles. Like it looks incredibly satisfying. But man, I'm nervous. I feel like there's a really high probability that I play this for the marathon for like a few hours, and it ultimately ends with me admitting defeat. And we just don't play any more of it and we move on. But I'm really, really hoping that I can like stick it out and get into it and develop a new skill. Because unlocking the Metroidvania and platforming side-scrolling genres would be huge. It would just like this entire list of video games I've never touched that I could play. Like it's like with Zelda, where it's like these are games that like almost every single entry, if not every single entry in the Zelda franchise, is somebody's favorite game. And like that's like the Metroidvania category has so much of that. Like there are people that one of the Metroid games is their favorite, or their favorite is Hollow Knight, or their favorite is, you know, Celeste or whatever, like, or one of the bajillion Mario games is one of their favorites or whatever. Like there's just so many that are classics to people that I would be thrilled to experience the joy of all that stuff. Like, it'd be amazing. But I mean, the other thing I've learned from doing like the JRPG journey stuff that we did was that even in a genre I considered for a long time to be one of my favorite genres, there's just a lot of games I haven't played that are legendary. Like, there's just so many games out there. So even if I can't break into the side-scrolling Metroidvania thing, I'm sure I won't run out of games to play, but I would still really, really like to be able to play them. Okay. Don't hit the tree. Don't hit the trees. Where are we going? Oh, okay. Hold on. I gotta figure something out for this. This is not ideal. Okay. Well, we got that whole row. So I'm just gonna put this over here. See if I can loop it around. We'll do the next row. Yeah, I've got that. There's a sort of retro-inspired RPG called Scald that's on the list that I picked up for the marathon. So that should be good. We've got Blueprints. I've still got Farming Sim, of course, and WoW, and we've got Promise Mascot Agency, which I'm really excited to just get a lot more time into with the marathon, because oh my gosh, I just want to do everything in that game. But I was thinking for the marathon, I will probably try to jump around between the games pretty frequently, like every couple hours, just to, you know, keep things spicy. But we'll see. We'll play it by ear. I'm just gonna allow myself to be a complete degenerate for this week. Like, it's gonna be crazy hours and who knows what's gonna happen. And just have an all-around good time. Oh, no, don't do that. You know, I was wondering why I think I was playing No Man's Sky and I was like trying to run with my right trigger, and I just realized that this is the game that was making me do that, because in this game you run with the right trigger. In Elden Ring, which I've also been playing recently, you run by holding down B, and in No Man's Sky you run by clicking down your trigger or clicking down your stick. So I'm just all sorts of messed up is basically what's happened. Hello? Okay, there we go. Okay, I cut that stump. Can't keep track of what I'm doing. And I've also been trying to figure out some cool stuff for y'all to do when I am away to sleep and such like that during the marathon. Some games. Things like that. If anybody was looking to build up their their points this marathon, you could definitely build up some points. Was that a stump that I just forgot? Oh my god. How could I do that? Oh, I really hope I didn't leave a bunch of stumps everywhere. Oh, that's gonna be a problem if I did. A solvable problem, but a problem. And now I'm just like paranoid that I left a bunch of stumps everywhere. Oh, I missed what you said earlier for some reason. The slide is why you hate Super Mario 64 so much. People love that game, but it's a platforming nightmare. Well, I'm sure for some people, like, they like the slide, right? I'm sure it's just a preference thing. And then you've got, like, the Sonic of things. Sonic kind of feels like something that would go in its own category, though. Are there other there must be other games that, like, imitate the Sonic style, right? The, like, go no stop style. At least that's my understanding of how Sonic works. I've not really played Sonic. But my understanding is that you go and you don't stop and you go real fast. Oh yeah, and I played Rayman on N64 as a kid. Again, I don't think I got very far. And actually, the side-scrolling platformer that I've played the most of any side-scrolling platformer was I think it was called Rayman Legends. But it eventually got too hard, and I was like trying to 100% every level, and it got really, really hard to do that. So I eventually put it down. But I just think in general, for me, like, playing through the Zelda games really just helped my confidence in my ability to just learn something. As silly as that sounds, but like, just, you know, yeah, I couldn't do it at first, but I can figure it out, versus like, I don't know, I guess that's kind of been the story of my whole life with games though, where I just super intimidated by games and at how difficult they were, but I loved them and I wanted to play more of them and be good at them. And then like trying them and feeling like I couldn't do anything, and then being like, oh, okay, I guess this isn't the genre for scrubs like me, and then just going and playing something else. Whereas like more and more I'm less like that, where I'm just like, okay, yeah, that was hard, but like I'll just try again. I mean, Souls is really good for that too. Though a lot of the Souls difficulty, or like intimidation of Souls, is from people being really like weird about it. Like, people always talk about Souls like it's just the hardest series in the world, and it's really not. Because A, you can level out of all your problems to a certain extent. Well, I shouldn't say that with like the Elden Ring DLC. I don't know that you can level out of those problems, but you can level out of a lot of your problems in Souls games. Or you can just like, you have so many different ways to play a Souls game that you can strategize your way out of a problem, and you can, you know, like there's ways. Like, there's not just one way to do things. It's not like a true skill check at every point. Like, there's almost always multiple ways, even super early on, like when you don't have very many options. There's almost always multiple solutions to a problem in a Souls game. And so it's really not like, I feel like anybody who can play video games can play a Souls game with enough perseverance. You can do it. Titans, hello. Welcome in. Hydrate. I will. Thank you very much. What are video games? That's a good point. They're just everything. They're just everything. They can be anything and everything. But yeah, I feel like actually answering the question of what the hardest video game or video game series is actually kind of hard for me. I would think that the hardest game is actually something that's like you just have to do a very specific thing. Like for every challenge, like there's no alternative way. There's no like, it's a specific challenge. It's fast. It's got a bajillion buttons. Like, I don't know, basically like Guitar Hero, but like if to finish the main campaign you had to play on expert or something. Like that would be to me what the actual hardest game would look like, is something like that, where it's just like absolutely a skill check. Donkey Kong or Minesweeper? I haven't seen enough Donkey Kong to know. Like I have an image of Donkey Kong like I think much older Donkey Kong in my head, but I'm not sure if I'm actually thinking of like what it truly is. But what I have the image in my head, I would agree, sounds really difficult to me, but it's also a 2D side scroller, so maybe my opinion on that is biased. Or like Mega Man, right? Like I watched Scratch play through a ton of Mega Man, like I guess a couple of years ago now. And I was watching him play, I'm just like, that looks crazy hard. But yeah, but outside of my like personal stuff, I just feel like what truly makes it difficult is if it's unyielding in like how you can approach it. Which is why I don't feel like Souls is really one of the harder game series, because there are so many different ways to approach any given challenge in the game. Like, it's hard for me to think of a game that people can, like Dark Souls 1, for example, people can beat that game without even leveling up. Like, I think the, like, speedrun record for that is, like, 20 minutes, but also they're doing a bunch of, like, you know, boss fight skips and things like that, but I don't know. Havoc, hello. Welcome in. That's the other thing I might play, actually. Seeing Havoc made me think of it. I might play some Path of Exile 2 during my marathon week. That'd be good. Yeah, patterns, cheese mechanics. But even outside of that, there's just like, you know, you could use magic, or, you know, you could just level up 100 times, or yeah, just a lot of different ways. And honestly, a lot of the bosses too in some of the games have designed alternative ways for you to beat them, like secret ways for you to beat them. So if you're like clever, you can figure something out. Though honestly, most of the time when I found those methods, it was by accident. Metroid and Zelda were hard series at the time. Dude, I found Zelda really tough when I did that. Especially early Zelda. Early Zelda I found really hard, but again, as I was saying earlier, I am definitely challenged in those types of mechanics, so it's kind of hard to be unbiased. Multiple paths to do things, yeah. Yeah, we were talking about how, like, I've been intimidated by games. I was intimidated by games for a long time where I couldn't level out of my problems. Like, I couldn't work around a problem by over-preparing, essentially. But how when I played through the Zelda games, it kind of unlocked that's something for me, and like gave me confidence to maybe try more games that don't have those things, because there's a lot of great games out there. Because I'm gonna try to play Hollow Knight and probably get my ass handed to me, but we'll see. Did I? Okay, I didn't lose one. Yeah, you will, but it's fun. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna ask anybody, but if I can enjoy it, then yeah, it's definitely a win. Yeah, and I was saying if I can get, we were talking about like if I could get through Hollow Knight, I will have unlocked so many great games as like potential games for me to play. And that's really exciting to me. And I had talks with this before with my mods. I mean, I say my mods, with my girlfriend and with Gratch. About like getting into the Metroidvania genre. And like the best way to do that. And both of them basically told me not to play Hollow Knight as my way to get into Metroidvanias. But here's my argument. I think for me, I just need the proper like motivation to like really get my real good shot, right? Like, because what worked so well with Zelda was that the games were undeniably good. Like, from the very first game, no matter how mad I got, and I did get mad because I was really mad at myself for being bad at the game, I could not convince myself that it was a bad game. Not even for a moment. I couldn't do it. Like, they were all really good games, and that really helped. And also, they were legendary. They were games people loved, and so I knew that my effort, that my tears, that my struggles would pay off if I actually managed to get into Zelda. And I think that really, really helped for me to like actually get my first real taste of it and really fall in love with it. I've made a mess. My defense is this is much harder than it looks. All about moderation. Once your eye starts twitching, take a break. Yeah, and during this marathon, I will be switching between games, so I think it'll be nice to, like, I probably won't be playing any single game for more than like, I don't know, like 4 hours at a time or something, which includes Hollow Knight, unless I'm just absolutely, I cannot pull myself away. I'm having way too good of a time, whatever, right? But marathon starts on Sunday. You can see more details in my Discord, but it will start on Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And it's going to go for exactly a week. I'm trying something a little different this time. I'm going to be doing like full 24 hours every day stream. Like the stream will be live all day. I will not be here, obviously, for all of it because I have to sleep. But it's going to be a little bit crazy. But I'm giving myself permission to be a little bit crazy for that week. I know that means like people are gonna miss things, but it'll all be archived on YouTube. And it's only gonna last a week, so you should be able to catch up. I will also be taking a week-long break after the marathon, so you will have time to catch up on things if you miss out. But yeah, this isn't gonna be like a subathon or anything, so like you guys don't have to give subs or bits or anything to keep the marathon going. It's just gonna happen. You just show up and you just enjoy it, and that's it. No effort required on your part. And we're gonna be playing Farming Sim. We're gonna be playing WoW and Promise Mascot Agency like we have been on regular weeks, but also I'm going to start Hollow Knight. We've got Scald and we've got Blueprints, and I might play some other stuff in there. And I'm trying to set up for y'all to be able to play games via chat while I'm sleeping and stuff like that. I'm sure we'll have, like, you know, food breaks where I like watch videos with you guys and stuff like that as well. It should be crazy. And I'm just gonna be playing games as much as humanly possible on stream with y'all for that week, and it's gonna be great. It hopefully means that we'll make a ton more progress in this farming playthrough, and with WoW Storytime, and with all the other games, beat some games, all good stuff. Should be a good time. But Hollow Knight's probably what I'm most excited for and scared for on the games list. Blueprints should be good too. Everyone was like loving that game when it came out. And Scald, I've never heard anybody talk about, but I'm excited for it. So it looks good to me. You know what? The other game I really just really wish, just add the control thing and you can blame chat. Oh, for Hollow Knight? Yeah. I think I will have enough chaos without any added chaos with Hollow Knight. All I can think of is there's this clip of me playing, I forget which Nier game it is. I think it's technically the first Nier game, but I'm not sure. And I'm trying to like throw something over a chasm, and I have such poor depth perception that I'm struggling to do it, and then I manage to do it, but then I fall off the ledge. And I'm just like, that just sums up me and my ability to do anything involving platforms and chasms perfectly. Just complete failure. That's me. Wavetail, what kind of game is that? I don't think I've heard of that. I'm gonna move this like lower, because I don't really want to move these up as much. Oh god. That's what people know me as, an incredible driver. Like Zelda with a surfboard. That sounds very interesting. Hello? Oh, there it goes. My gosh, it's so steep. I feel like this trailer is gonna tip. But I'm really excited for the marathon. I've just been so hankering to just go wild with streaming. And just play a bunch, stream a bunch, have a good time. But with Lords of the Fallen and like Juan and I have been playing through the Elden Ring DLC as well. I've just been on such a Souls kick. I really want to play through Dark Souls 2 again and Dark Souls 1. I would love to just 100% Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 because I have now 100% Elden Ring. And I've 100% Bloodborne. But I just want an excuse to play the heck out of some more Souls games. It's been a long time since I've played 1, 2, and 3. It's definitely part of the reason I'm excited to try Hollow Knight, because I hope it gives me even a little bit of the feeling that a Souls game gives me. And Lords of the Fallen, like, we kind of ended up falling off of it because, like, we had our fun with it, but it definitely, it's hard to put my finger on really what it's missing, like, because again, on paper, it's actually, like, fairly good. It's almost a more polished Souls game than a Souls game in a lot of ways. Not just in them having more intuitive controls, but, like, the combat's a little bit less janky. Like, Souls can be quite janky. I think ultimately what it came down to with Lords of the Fallen is that the variety dropped off, like, really fast. Like, we did the first couple areas, and then it was just like, we stopped seeing new enemies, and everything started to feel the same. And even, like, the zones, you would, like, see all the same objects and stuff in, like, every single zone. To the point that it was actually hard to tell where we were, because the game also doesn't have a real map. And so if you're trying to use, like, landmarks and stuff, you're like, wait, this landmark's in, like, 5 different places in the game. It made it really, really confusing. So we kind of fell off of it before we, like, really finished. But it's such a weird thing because it is mechanically, like, pretty good and fairly polished, and they did some really interesting things with the boss fights, but I don't know. It also has a little bit more Metroidvania in it. Did you go through Lies of P? No, I've heard of Lies of P, but I haven't really seen any gameplay from it. Is Lies of P good? Very Souls-like. You like it? Okay. I really hope that one day Bloodborne and the Demon Souls remake come to PC. Bloodborne, at least I've 100%, so I'm not as eager for that one. But the Demon Souls remake, I never actually finished, and it was very good. It's just that I don't really play on my console anymore. I know that's like such a lame excuse. Like, I could just plug it in and I could play it. But I hope they bring it to PC anyway. We moved here like, I don't know, a year ago at this point. I feel like it's been forever. And I still don't know what box my PlayStation is in. I don't think we ever found it. But I also haven't tried that hard. So it's so weird because it used to be the main device I played on. You like the original? I mean, I would also love to just play the original on PC. But I guess you could argue it wouldn't really be the original anymore. Because I've never played the original. The original is an option on PS3. Does that mean it's available on I don't know what it's called, but there's this thing you can do now where I know you can do this with Tokyo Jungle because that's the game I was checking for specifically, which is a PS3 digital game. But there's this thing you can get on your PC where you can play like PS3 games and a bunch of like PS1 classics and stuff on your computer. I need to look into it more because I would love to play more Tokyo Jungle. But also if it means that I could play Demon Souls, that'd be freaking dope. I would stream that 100% as well. That'd be great. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme. Yeah, I streamed the little bit of Demon Souls remake that I played. I streamed, and I remember that I stopped the stream early from when I was streaming it because I entered this area that was absolutely terrifying. And my anxiety was so high that I was like, I gotta call it early today, guys. And then I just never went back. But I always meant to. I always meant to. But oh my god, my anxiety. It was definitely reminiscent of how I felt playing Bloodborne. It would have been so funny if I had streamed when I played Bloodborne. That was, I mean, when I played that was well before I was a streamer, but y'all don't even know. I think I was screaming like 90% of the times I was playing Bloodborne. Bloodborne was like a challenge to myself to overcome my inability to play games that are even remotely scary. And I, like, 100% of that game was like, I was completely devoted to it because I was just like, I need to do this. I need to prove that I can do this. This isn't even a horror game. Like, this is not a horror game. You can do this. You've played the other Souls games. This is a good game. This is your type of game. You are gonna do it. And then I did. But I screamed the whole time. And the number of times I, like, lost my voice screaming through zones in Bloodborne was too many times. Like, and these were, like, full-on screams that probably would have only been partially even been caught by my mic. Like, that game scared the shit out of me constantly. Especially the there were like these things that like like almost every creature that gave you I don't even know if it was called madness. It's been so long since I played Bloodborne. Like every single creature that like gave you madness or like ran towards you suddenly. Oh my god, dude. I can't believe I got through that game. Much less 100%. It was a freaking miracle that I 100% that game. A miracle combined with just utter determination. But you know, it didn't really help me play games that I was scared to play. All I really did was manage to finish Bloodborne. I still can't play freaking scary games. Like, the number of times I've booted up The Last of Us because everyone and their mom is just like, it's one of the best games of all time. I'm like, okay, I'll play it then. And then I get nowhere before I'm just terrified. Or BioShock. Oh my god. I remember when BioShock came out, guys. I remember. I was so excited. I got it and I had friends over and we put it in the Xbox or whatever. And I remember the room I was in my mom's house. We put it in and I go down that elevator and that was it, man. I'm outie. And so then I was like, okay, I'll play with my brother. And all I remember from trying to play with my brother was there was this moment where like there was like a spotlight or something on the floor and everything outside of the spotlight was just complete pitch black and all this like creatures were coming at us. I don't even think the controller was in my hand, but like, because every time when I play a scary game and the controller is in my hand, I am paralyzed. If I'm holding the controller and I get scared, I'm paralyzed. I just like cannot play the game. It's awful. It's awful. But I don't know. There's been times I've been able to get over it. Like we played Phasmo and I managed, you know. But especially if I'm actually alone, I think it's like way harder. I think that's what makes BioShock for me like really tough, is that I don't have like if Juan's playing with me, like I don't know, it just like having someone there definitely helps. But they have to be in the game with me. They can't just be around. That's not enough. You gotta be in there. Oh man. I remember when I streamed, I can't even remember why this happened. I think it was like a sub goal or something. But I streamed Layers of Fear. And that entire game is such a blur to me. Except for the very beginning. Because I remember what happened was I like load into the game and I can like remember the room I was in. And I was just like, it was the first time this has ever happened to me in a game, but immediately I was getting nauseous because something about the way the like head bobbing worked made me completely ill. But I was just like in my head, I'm like, this was a sub goal. I gotta do this. I can't back out now. And like, there was nothing I could do to like turn it off. Like I was like, I couldn't turn it off. So I just ran through the entire game, like pressing buttons until it was over. Like, I don't know if there were puzzles in that game. I don't know, like, if there were enemies I fought. I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I was just screaming and running and pressing buttons until it was over because I was gonna be sick. And sometimes I couldn't even scream because if I screamed, I was worried I would genuinely throw up while streaming. And so I just ran. That's how you gotta beat most games. That's what I gotta do for Hollow Knight. I'll just scream and close my eyes and press all the buttons at once, and I'll probably beat it, right? You don't need skill if you press the buttons hard and fast enough, right? Roll face on keyboard, try to bite your ear, works every time. Exactly. You know, I haven't actually checked if the trailer is full. I just kind of got in the log cutting zone. Oh, it's been full for a while. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, okay. We got a problem here. Alright. I hope I didn't lose wood chips to my my negligence. They're probably just sitting in the wood chipper, but we'll find out. Oh, it's not completely full. Okay, so it's probably fine. It's just almost completely full. Which really just means I nailed it. So what if I just go like this? This looks like a fairly clear path, right? We just go this way. I'm not sure what to do when we get to those trees, but... Oh boy. This way? I genuinely, even if I bought all this land in order to make a road, I don't even know where I would make the road. It's so hard to tell what I would even do because of all these trees. I think I would definitely just have to get rid of some trees. It's actually starting to get somewhat late in the game. Oh yeah, the sales are changing. I need to figure out which header I'm looking for my very expensive... Were these even here before? There's better ones now? You telling me I don't have the best harvester in the game? Well, how dare you? Okay, well, anyway. This is the one I have. Okay, so we want one of these. The AGCO Ideal Pack ones. 30, 40 foot. Or the Gerinkoff. Those go on sale. I will pick them up. And then if I see the cedar that I like go on sale, I will also pick that up. And if I see a good fertilizer spreader. Those are the good ones. I'm sure there's a couple other things that if I saw them, I would be like, yeah, we may as well if it's on sale. But those are the bigger ticket items. Well, those and like any of the other specialized harvesters. Like if I see an over 50% off deal on a fancy potato harvester, I'm gonna be tempted. Because those things are expensive. Does it say where the land is? Like state? Oh, no. This is a mod map. And they haven't really said where it is. It's beautiful though, right? I love it. It has such a unique look to it. I've never seen a farming sim map that looked like this before. Like it still actually has like tons of fields and stuff, but pretty much everywhere there isn't a field, it's just these gorgeously like handcrafted forests with a nice bit of variety and like the distance between the trees and stuff. They also put like these collectible mushrooms all over the map that we were collecting. That's actually how I got my initial money, because we started with $0. And then there was a riddle attached to a tree that I solved, and then we found secret treasure by solving the riddle, so that was cool. And very helpful for starting with $0 playthrough, because you need a lot of money in this game to do anything. Well, especially if you're like me and you impose a bunch of rules upon yourself. Like I don't like leasing things, and I'm not doing contracts, and I'm playing real time. So I just love struggles. So, you know, it's more satisfying this way for me. $408,000. Pretty good. I think 537K is like the breaking point where we'll be actually profiting over the money we got from the mushrooms and the treasure, because the mushrooms and the treasure got me $537,000, I think. Something like that. Let's see. 536. Actually, it's probably 535, because I think the treasure counted as one of the collectibles. So yeah, it's probably 535. Oh yeah, you can do loans. That's one of the other rules I have for myself, though, is that I don't do loans. So we started with actually just $0, no equipment, no land, and I just ran around picking up mushrooms and solving the riddle to get the treasure. I'm really excited because in November, because this is the way I like to play. Like there was a map in in Farming Simulator 22 that someone made where you could pick up trash, like trash bags, with your hands, and then you could bring them to the recycling center to get a little bit of cash. And I loved that map because it was another map where I had a way to start with $0 and with like no equipment. And so that's what I did, and I was able to do that. And the other thing that map had that was really cool was that there was like gunk on the roads inside the town. And so what you could do is you could pick up the gunk off the streets. Like I think I literally bought like $100 shovel from selling trash. And then I bought a shovel and I shoveled the roads until I could buy something to pick up the gunk off the roads better. And I spent hours and hours cleaning the roads of the whole city until like they were completely clean. And that's how I made like enough money to buy my own land and stuff. And it was so much fun. Do they actually change much between games? It really depends on your opinion. The community is pretty divided on that particular question. I will say, in my opinion, that they do add a lot, but they're also kind of playing. They also make some weird choices in what they choose to add. I just drove right into a tree. I didn't see it. They make some weird choices. For example, with this iteration, one of the things they decided to spend their time doing, which is a fun thing, but very random, is they decided to add tornadoes. They were like, you know what people are dying for? Tornadoes that can actually like tear down trees and stuff. It's like, that's cool. That's cool. But the wish list of things people want for this game is pretty long. I do feel like they probably could have gotten in more people's good graces if they had maybe replaced, you know, tornadoes with a couple much easier things to add that people actually asked for, because I'm pretty sure nobody asked for tornadoes. People did ask for weather though, and that was part of the other thing that we got, was just like more weather stuff. But I mean, also more recently, like I think it was in 19, they added like, oh no, maybe it wasn't 19. Maybe it was 22. I think 22 was when they added seasons, which is like kind of a big deal for a farming game, right? To actually have seasons. So like sometimes there's really big additions. Some of the big ones in this one were like, we've had animals for a while. I think they added animals. Well, technically animals have been around for a really long time, but they added animals in a more serious capacity in like 19, and they've been adding more animals since. But in this one, we've got constructibles as a much bigger component. So like, you can like build your own house by like bringing parts to it, I guess is really the way to say it. So there's like bigger projects and stuff, which again, technically projects were a thing before, but just not to like the degree that they are now. So that's kind of how it goes. It's like it's an iterative series, right? They add things over time, but like sometimes the iteration and the jump in what's added is just bigger than other times. So yeah, we got like more weather related stuff with this. We got rice, which was kind of a big one because it lets you like actually flood fields and stuff like that, to do the rice. I think it was 22 that added like grapes and things, which was completely different because it's almost like you're planting trees when you plant grapes, and like the machinery is works very differently and stuff like that. And one of the fun ones for this one with the animals is that now you can make custom pins. So like before you would put a pin down and it would be a set like shape and size and everything, like it would look a certain way, but now you could just like place the fence for the pin yourself. But they also kind of have to, like, it's a very mod heavy game. Like the mods are supported by the dev, like they're in game, like from the main menu you can go to the mod hub, which is run by the developer Giants. And if I understand correctly, people that make mods actually get paid by Giants based on the number of downloads that they get. So it's the most mod dev supporting mods I've ever seen for a game. Since they actually like have that financial incentive. And that does mean like the mods are sometimes pretty crazy. Like there are mods to literally like add terraforming to the game and stuff. I mean, terraforming technically is already in the game, but it adds it to where you could like use machinery to dig up the ground and stuff like that. Crazy stuff. And actually Seasons, before it was officially added, was a mod. But yeah, Giants kind of has to balance between coming up with things that surprise the fans and also just adding the things that people have always wanted and they've had to use mods to have before. And that's probably pretty tricky to do. But I'm excited because in November, they are adding fishing, which for someone who plays in such a specific way, like myself, is going to be fantastic because it's assuming we don't have all the details yet, but assuming I could get a rod for like, I mean, even $1,000, I'm assuming I could get one for even cheaper, but if I could get a rod for $1,000 and then just go fish, that would be crazy. That would make it that would give me a completely alternative way to build up funds early on in a playthrough. So I'm pretty stoked about that. But not outside of just being able to fish with like a rod, you can also have like big fish farms in this update. Apparently, like you can have like big fish farms out in the ocean. So, and you can have like fish greenhouses and stuff like that. So I'm pretty pumped for the November update. But yeah, I just play in a really weird way. I don't like I watch quite a bit of Farming Simulator content before I ever streamed it. Like I just really liked watching people do their playthroughs and stuff. And people definitely do like survival playthroughs and stuff like that is usually what they're called. But those aren't usually real time. Like they usually are like half the restrictions that I place on myself. I also don't tend to use hired help, which is a whole nother feature. Like I like to do everything manually myself. Because again, I just find it more satisfying. Like usually when a new farming sim comes out, I mess around with all the features and I'll play in a way I don't normally play just to like, you know, see how it works, see what's changed, all that good stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of tools in the game I don't utilize, so sometimes I worry if people aren't familiar with the series, they watch me play and they're just like, man, this game looks way too hard for me, man. I don't know. I'm like, no, I am playing in a really weird way. The game can be super easy. Like, you could just have a field, plant something on it, sleep until it grows, harvest it, profit, you know? Like, easy peasy. You don't even have to touch a tree if you don't want to, which you probably wouldn't think if you watched me play an entire playthrough with how much I chop trees. I do a lot of chopping trees and a lot of mowing grass, partially because I like doing it, but also because since I play real time, it's something that I can do that immediately gives me returns, or more quickly gives me returns. Like, my longest playthrough on stream was in No Man's Land, and I had so many bales of silage that I hit the cap and it was a problem because you can only have so many bales at once in the game. Though now in this one, and I think they added this near the end of 22, I have a solution, a workaround to that particular issue. If I were to do another grass empire, as I do love to do, someone just needs to make a mod map that's a beautiful grassy landscape that doesn't have weird janky edges or anything like that, but just like smooth, great. And I want there to be trees, of course. Like, honestly, ideally, it's just this humongous grassy landscape, also full of trees, but also a gorgeous landscape. And then, like, at kind of like No Man's Sky, like at the bottom, just like, you know, your sell points and stuff. But I want it to be way more dense than No Man's Land. Like, I want it to be, you basically can't drive anything through the forest like density. Like, you have to deal with the trees. And then under, instead of, like, this map doesn't really have grass underneath the trees. Like, this field has the rocks, of course, but even the areas that look kind of grassy, they're not actually grass. But I want both, because what I find super satisfying is when you, like, clear the trees and then you mow the grass and then you plow it into a field and you just get, like, it just feels so satisfying to get so much out of a chunk of land, because, like, the trees are worth money and then the grass is worth money, and then, like, they don't even necessarily have to turn it into a field, because if you cut the grass will go back, and then you could just cut it again. Like, oh, it'd be amazing. I don't know, I just love it. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, that's why we did that one playthrough where there was, like, a desert, and then I replaced the desert with grass, and I was having the time of my life. It was just amazing. You done a few Outlawn runs in No Man's Sky? Been playing a bit of No Man's Sky recently. I played it, like, all the way through when it first came out, but it's such a different game now. Now I've got my freighter and my Corvette, which is the new thing they added to No Man's Sky. I want to get one of those living ships, because I've never had one of those. That'd be pretty fun. And I also saw that you can, like, breed creatures or something. I have no idea. Like, there was, like, this whole egg genetics thing I saw in the game. I'm like, I don't know what this turns into, but that looks crazy. It's a testing ground for Light No Fire. Oh my god, Light No Fire. Oh, I'm so excited. I love fantasy so much. Like, No Man's Sky is great and all. I've never really been as interested in sci-fi games as fantasy games. Like, nothing against it or whatever. It's still cool, but definitely fantasy appeals to me way, 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 way more. And everything they've shown for Light No Fire looks so good. It looks so good. It looks so good that I'm actually slightly scared for them that they're gonna have another No Man's Sky of Light No Fire, where, like, people just get the wrong idea about what the game's gonna be, and then it comes out, and then people get pissed. It's gonna be great as long as they take their time. Yeah. We were talking about No Man's Sky on another stream, and how crazy that game even is, like, to exist the way that it does. Because they have said and have held to that they are never going to have microtransactions, that their updates are always going to be free. Like, they've been having these huge updates and they've all been free. You buy the game once and you just get all the updates. Like, it is the model of game that every single other company has convinced us as gamers is impossible, and yet somehow No Man's Sky is doing it. And I mean, we were talking about this, but the reason that they can do it is probably because their team is less than 50 people. And also, according to Google, they have sold over, like, just under, I think, $800 million worth of the game. So that's probably how. But still, you would think if that's how it could work, right? That, like, I mean, also it's a very heavily, like, procedural generated game, so that's the other element to it, right? Like, I think there's just certain formulas for games that just can't be made that way, that can't be made with that few people, like. But, you know, it's been in discussion recently, you know, that a lot of these bigger games probably aren't managing the money so great. Because I think it came out with about, I think it was Spider-Man 2, which I've only heard is an incredible game, by the way, but I haven't actually played it. I played the first one. But it came out at some point that, like, they needed some ridiculous number of copies to be sold, like millions of copies to be sold, for them to even break even on how much it cost them to make the game. And I'm just like, there has to be a more efficient way, right? Like, again, I don't make games, but, like, it seems kind of nuts that that's how it would be. And then we have so many of these, like, bigger titles, you know, adding, like, in-game shops and things like that, and, like, maybe it is needed because of the way that they've chosen to make the games. Like, for them to make profit, they need to add those things. But, like, is there not just a way that you could make the game cheaper? I don't know. I just find it really odd. It seems like the difference between, like, what it takes to make a game is so, like, the difference between the most expensive games to make versus the cheapest ones to make is so vast at this point that it's, like, completely incomprehensible to me how any of that works financially. Like, it's mind-boggling to me. Like, we went from Minecraft being, like, a $10 game or whatever, that I remember, like, buying it off of his website or something way back when. And, like, that game, I assume, is one of the most profitable games of ever, right? And now it has, like, a full team that is behind it. But also, did it really need a full team behind it? Like, I don't know. I just don't know. I haven't played enough Minecraft recently to know that whether or not, like, the updates to Minecraft have been incredibly vital to the, you know, continued success of Minecraft. Because I can't help but think that if they didn't even touch it for, like, the last decade, people would still buy that game. Like, have they really made more profit this way than just leaving it alone and maintaining it? I just wonder about that stuff. You bought Minecraft originally right before they added minecarts. I think when I got it, there were minecarts. I don't think I was that early. But I remember it was like, yeah, the Java version. And that was one of the first times I really, like, survival wasn't a mode? What does that even mean? What was the mode? What was the mode if it wasn't survival? It just threw you in. It was just a test. It was like a demo. Oh man, that's funny. I don't think they even had a menu. It was like, click start. It was just Minecraft. You started on a flat world and you could just place. Oh, okay, it was just creation mode. That's interesting. Or like creative mode, excuse me. I didn't even realize that. That makes sense though. But yeah, like, you just think of the scale of things now, especially now that we have like phone games and stuff, and games that, you know, people are just like making games entirely with AI and stuff like that, like AI slop games, all the way up to just masterpiece class games with like full orchestras doing the music and just crazy stuff, right? Like it's the difference you can have between what it takes to make a game, like the amount of man hours it takes to make some games versus others is absolutely wild. So I don't even know how you begin to like process the budget for those things, and maybe that's why games seem to have a budget problem. The same reason I think about this too, is like sometimes games are just so big and so complicated that I can't comprehend how they ever project plan. But then we always hear about how games have all these planning issues. It's like, maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe it's just really hard. Like, posted to Reddit, it was about to come out. Oh, World Generation was coming out, but like someone posted Reddit, yeah. A big part of it also is the lack of direction. Game changes. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, like I've heard game devs talking about it before, some game devs talking about how they started making a game and like they didn't even really know what the game was going to be as they were making it, and then like halfway through, what ended up being fun about the game was something completely different than they thought, and so then they just lean into whatever is actually fun about it, and then that's what the game becomes, right? Because really, at its core, games are art, right? Like they some better art than others, but all of them are art. So, you know, they're wishy-washy. They're not very concrete in a lot of ways. So I can definitely see there being a lot of like, you know, you have to make all these changes once you actually get what you planned to make in your hands, because then you're like, oh, well, the vibes of this, or the way this actually feels, and how much this is actually enjoyable to play are completely different than we expected, and so now we have to make changes, right? Like, it's one thing to get something to work, and another thing to make something fun and like good, right? But yeah, no, I just think about it all the time, where I'm just like, it's no wonder it's a mess, but also, how is it such a mess? If we hear about people getting like fired in droves in these like massive, like the massive game projects in particular are the ones that like I'm so worried about. Like, I feel like it's just completely falling apart, but I still want games that like have that just crazy amount, like the thing that you can only get, I feel like, if there's a ton of people working on it with a lot of varied specific skills, where you've got just incredible fully orchestrated soundtracks and incredible art and locations and world and stuff. And like, I think of WoW as an example because it's just something I've been playing recently, and like, people can gripe all they want that it's an old game, so maybe the art is old, but that game is also just gorgeous to me. Especially the world is gorgeous. Like the art in that game is crazy, and the world is massive. Like, there is so much art. There is so much art everywhere. It's crazy. And then, like, of course that you need a bunch of people to do this. This is huge. The game is so huge, and that's just like, if I just took out every game mechanic in the entire game, and all you could do was like walk around. Just the world itself, I can't even comprehend how many people and how many hours it would take to make just that. I can't even begin to calculate it. I have no idea. I have no point of reference. I have nothing. I have no idea. It blows my mind. It is the biggest game world I've ever stepped foot in. Like, it's I mean, outside of No Man's Sky, but that's kind of cheating. Like, it's huge. And it's so handcrafted. Like, I'm sure parts of it are, you know, maybe they like generated something and then they like patched it up afterwards or whatever. Like, people went in and did touch-ups or something. I don't know how any of it works, but compared to No Man's Sky, where it's like all generated, right? It's much more handcrafted, and it's huge. It's huge. So you take that one part, but then there's a whole game in it. There's a whole game in the world with a bajillion mechanics. There's a bajillion mechanics. Then you've got the art of all the different weapons and the gear and the pets and the mounts and the toys and the special effects, and like, there's weather effects that can happen, and there's voice acting, and there's incredible music, and there's full-on like CGI cutscenes. Like, the number of just like, it would take me a lifetime to accomplish any one of these things that are inside of that one game makes it completely impossible for me to comprehend what it takes to make a game, or to make a game that big as well. But like, even just to make any game, that I understand why the budgets probably are really difficult to figure out. But it's still just, it's like, I don't know what's gonna happen to those big games. And I feel like the only thing we ever hear about is like sort of the disaster stories. But I hope that some of them are figuring it out. Like, the fact that WoW's been around for so long makes me think that they've at least somewhat figured it out. But I definitely want like games that are able to really just do crazy stuff to continue to exist. Versus you look at like sometimes indie games, like, you know, that weren't that many people, managed to do these crazy things. Like, maybe they have just an incredible soundtrack or incredible art, and like maybe they're somewhat smaller scale games, but the quality is like through the roof. But I do wonder, like, did the person like kill themselves making this? Like, how did they accomplish something that in a bigger game context took hundreds of people to make? Like, how does that, how do those two things compare? Or is it just that 500 people are less organized than an individual? And actually, the individual is just, you know, better. Like, the smaller team is just more agile and better. I don't know where I want to park this. I guess here. Anyway, I'm just kind of rambling. I'm sure deadlines create tons of overtime hours, which also makes it costly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, the bigger it gets, you've got like investors, and then it starts, sometimes decisions are made that aren't really about what's smart. Like, I even saw this on my projects with my old job from forever ago, and when we worked on much smaller programming projects than a video game. And like, the customer was almost always completely unreasonable because they didn't understand what was required. You just do donuts in the woods as you talk, yeah. But they were almost always like completely unable to accept any reason we gave them. Like, we're really like, okay, if you want this to be done a month earlier, you know, we have to simplify what the project is. Like, you can't have this and you can't have this. And then they would just be like, well, what if we just give you more money and then you put another person on it? And we're like, well, at a certain point it's diminishing returns. And then they're like, okay, well, what if you just don't test it? We're like, well, then it's not tested. Is that what you want? And they're like, yeah. You're like, I don't think that's what you want. So whenever I think of what investors must be like, I imagine they are a lot like the customers I dealt with when I had my shop, except probably much worse, because they're also like, we did a lot of non-public facing projects. Like, they were often internal things. Can't fail a test you never take. True. True. Yeah, and then they're like, why does it have this bug? I'm like, because we didn't test it. You wouldn't pay for our tester to test your thing. Yeah, so I could definitely see with investors them just being like, well, you said that you would make X amount of money this quarter probably, so you need to release your game 6 months earlier than you think it'll be ready by, because we need the money, and do all these pre-orders so that people will buy it before they know how unready it is. Because then we get our money and you can just fix it later. You can say sorry to the people that bought your game later, but right now you gotta pay us back, you know? And then the developers, and like, this is me just like guessing how this goes, right? Because I don't actually know. But like, this is how I imagine it happens. Of like, the developers just have to take, oh, whoop, someone turned the lights off. I guess it's evening now. The investors basically are the problem, and then the developers take all the heat, right? People will say things like, man, developers really don't care about this game or whatever, and then probably in reality it's just whoever the like money person is, whoever the backer is, whoever the person who only cares about the money is, and not the people actually making the thing, basically said, well, it's done now. Because I need my money, so deliver it. But at the same time, you kind of need both to at least a certain extent, because a true artist, a true like person who's passionate about their thing will almost never be done. Like, it is really hard to look at a thing you made and be like, yeah, there's no way I could make this better, right? That is a really hard thing to do. So you do need somebody there to be like, no, that this is the time. It comes out now, right? And I can only, like, we had trouble with that on things, and again, really small projects. I cannot imagine having to make those kind of choices for something as complicated as a video game. Like, there's too many things. Even in the simplest of video games, I just feel like there's so many more factors. There's so many more moving parts. And no program is ever perfect and bug-free. Because humans aren't perfect. So. Oh man, I love farming sim. I love cutting trees. Making money. Well, I don't think we're finishing cutting down all these trees before this day ends because it is already dark. When should I decide that this character goes to bed? Sidebar. Tell me. Since I'm on a Souls kick, I already like where this is going. Souls-like bundle. I already spent all my fun money. So I'm scared to even look at that. Well, almost all my fun money. So I bought a bunch of games for stream. $16 for 7 games. Close your eyes, you don't need them. Saying hi! Thank you for the sub. Sub-a-dub-dub. Oh my god, look how dark it is over there. Jeez. I should probably factor in how hard it's going to be to navigate through the trees in the dark into how early I go to bed on this character. I mean, I do have headlights, but I don't know how much that's going to help me in the trees. Them trees. That's going to be the other great thing with the marathon, man. We're going to get way more story time in. Instead of just once a week. Spend way too long thinking if I should use periods or exclamation marks. You're gonna buy it and put it in our... Yay! It's like a present for me, but also for you. Oh, but yeah, it was story time because we've been getting like, I don't know, 3 to 4 hours per week or something on it. And it's only been like 2 weeks of story time. So it's been really slow. But I was thinking that maybe for the marathon, I mean, I'm going to play it all by ear. I was like, it'd be kind of cool if sort of whenever I wake up for the day, each day, we like start the day with a little bit of farming, and then we do other stuff in the middle, and then when we're winding down, we do story time. I think that could be good. Though it might be bad because, like, I need my voice for story time. But also, it could be good because I need my voice for story time so that I don't lose my voice for the rest of the day. I basically, like, do story time and then I go to bed and then I wake up, you know, and I get to recover because I'm doing other things. And it'd be great. Maybe it'd be amazing. Okay. We need to do... Need our winch. Our winch. Oh my gosh, look how much area doesn't have trees now. Yeah, we might have to call it for the day. I might have to sleep so we get some sunlight. Record story time, hit play at the end. Oh man, I wish I had thought of that. Now there's not enough time for me to prep that, but that would have been genius. Next marathon. That's actually a really good idea. I could just record it and then play it like... Ah, oh, that'd be so good. If I had 8 hours or something, 7 hours of recorded storytime footage for all 7 days of the marathon, oh my god. That would have been glorious. I'm noticing that we're drifting slightly. Okay. Haven't gone to the beach yet. Oh, Pee-wee too. I understand. Achilles Legends Untold, Salt and Sacrifice, I know that one. Elderborn, Steel Rising, Curse of the Stars, Last Song, Flintlock. Flintlock I think I've heard of. I think I saw a trailer for that, like, forever ago. Okay. I think I'm gonna do something. Yeah, that's a pretty good bundle because we got all newbies, or all new ones. I got my current hardcore character in PoE 2. I beat Act 1 yesterday. I'm still mourning the loss of my... what I wanted to be a mana stacking character. Think you're at a boss in Act 2? Go, 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 go. Go! We got this! We don't got this. Okay. I really maybe should just do what I was doing. And winch them 2 by 2 up the hill. But my thinking was that maybe I could do them in like bunches and then just move the trailer. We really gotta go to bed, I think. We gotta go stop by the inn or something. It is dark. It's only, what is that, 7 p.m.? My brain doesn't think in military time. But it's so dark. I mean, the sky is bright, but it's so dark. All right, let's drive into town if I can make it. Whoop. Here's my headlights. I guess that'll work. Why do I feel like I went the wrong way? Wasn't the road closer? Oh, there it is. Oop. Let's save out. Save out? Save the game. What? I don't know what save out was supposed to be. Bum, bum. Son, you have returned. This was the initial riddle, by the way. At least the only riddle we found. All right. I just cut that? Think I caught it? The world may never know. Ah, good, Zan, good. Please do. Dun, 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 dun. Down, down. Look how dirty my trailer's getting. I love it. You can tell it's done work. My tractor too. All right. Think my tractor's sexy, ain't it just? It's German, I think. Hold on, wait. We got Louise here, don't we? Hold on. Louise will know. Oh, right. New deals. Oh, look at that big boy. Not to cheat on the tractor I already have, but look at that big boy. Louise, you know German, right? Does that look like German to you? Dutz Fahr. Kinda? Okay, it's probably German then. Oh, or Dutch. Ooh, Dutch. Ooh. Ooh, this tractor though. I was just talking about how sexy my tractor is, but do you see the horsepower on this guy? Oh, oh baby. Oh my God. Oh my God. 445 horsepower. I think that's double my current horsepower. Not quite, but almost. German company, got it. Nailed it. Thank you. I could almost pay for it with this tractor too. Ooh, I'm tempted. So 70, so I could get 73, almost 74 for this tractor. And I could get this one for 202. That's like almost, I could almost pay for half of it, guys. I could almost pay for half of it. Ooh. Should I do it? Should I do it? Oh, I really want to. love the class tractors too. Don't ask me why. I like the way they look. I don't know. I don't know anything about tractors, man. It just looks nice. In big number. Oh, I bet it could go up these slopes so good. I bet it could do these slopes like a champ. Ooh. But I feel like I'm betraying someone if I sell my current one. Do you guys should buy it? It wants you to. Yeah, you guys are right. Of course. Of course you're right. There's only one answer. And it's new shiny thing. Get it. Get the shiny. Get the shiny. Okay. I think if I remember correctly, if you take this to the store, you get more money for it. So let's take it to the store. I think we can also touch up this one to make it more appealing, and we'll get more for it as well. Probably not much more, but more. Excuse me. That tractor is so beautiful. I mean, I love this little guy. This guy is a steal. He doesn't meet my needs anymore. It's true. It's true. It's true. But this guy was a steal. He was like 95K, I think. Ooh. Oh God, I can't see. He was like 95K for 230 horsepower. Crazy. Crazy deal. Unheard of deal. Until I heard of it. And I love its form factor. It's a good looking tractor. But we're moving up in the world. Alright, so where's the repair shop? Is it this? Yeah, we're gonna fix them up real nice. Assuming it's not crazy expensive. If it's crazy expensive, I'm not doing it because I'm not made of money. But let's see. Okay, the value did go up just for being here. So we could repair it for $32. That seems very reasonable. The paint cost, however, might not be worth it. I'm gonna do it anyway. Out of love for this tractor, I will do it anyway. Oh, I got an achievement. Look at Mr. Fancy Pants over here. That's my achievement. I guess I've never done that before. I don't usually repaint them because I like them to look worn. But I don't think that we got as much value out of that as I spent on the painting, but you were a good tractor. Thank you for your service. And now, wait a minute. I want the big upgrade there. Okay. Buy. Buy it. Did my game just crash? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But the good news is my computer didn't crash. But the game might have crashed. Oh. Nope. We're good. I was about to panic. But I didn't. I didn't panic. Ooh. 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 Ooh, she fancy. Ooh, she fancy. Ooh, she smooth. Oh my goodness. Oh, we flying. Look at us flying. This is dangerous. This is fast. I'm in a race car. Slopes? What slopes? Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Wait. Oh wait. I gotta try something. Oh, I gotta try. Look how tiny this winch looks on this tractor. That other tractor was a baby. It was a baby. We gotta try this. We gotta try this. I'm still alive after that, right? Hold on. Okay, yeah. I had a moment of panic that I thought I was live, but actually my stream had crashed. Okay. Oh my god, wow! This thing's a beast! What the heck? Turns out, nearly double the power. Huge difference! I couldn't even really push this before. Oh my god. I could go up the entire hill. Can't keep the dang thing straight, but... Oh my lord. I don't think I'm ever gonna need another tractor. This is like the harvester. This is like this is a there are stronger tractors than this, but I can't imagine I am going to require anywhere close to more than this. Like, for all of our needs, this is probably 100 horsepower stronger. Like, all of our needs from now until forever. This is probably more like 100 more horsepower than I'm ever gonna need. This is crazy. I'm in love. I'm in love. Oh, can I push this? I bet I can push this. Oh my god, barely. That's crazy. That's just crazy. That don't even make no sense. I may as well just... Did I already cut this? I don't even know. I don't think I did. Or I think I did. Or didn't? Did I? Did I cut this? Are you cut? I don't think you're cut. You're going... Oh, you're cut. There we go. Oh my god. Apart from this being easier, things we haven't even started to do yet are going to be so much easier. This is fantastic. Oops. Our little wood chipper looks extra dinky now. And by dinky, I mean cute. Oops. I swear I played this game before. All right. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Well, now I don't really care as much about, like, before I was like being really careful where I had this trailer facing because going up the slope was really hard. But now I'm like, nah, we cool. It's fine. You can face wherever. We got this. I got the slip and slide though. Slip and slide is real. Ugh. Oh, and it's higher. It's higher because my tractor is taller. It's the tractor that keeps on giving. I'm gonna grab this from up here first. Oh, there's two. There are two. Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna have my $500,000 by the time we finish this field, but we're gonna have value in equipment because of all these deals, all these savings. All we do is save. This isn't cut, right? Why did I cut partially? Did I get that excited about the tractor that I just stopped mid log cutting? Assets, exactly. Exactly. And isn't that what it's all about? Depth perception. I guess for actually feeding them, it's a little bit of a negative that it's so high up. Yes, you looked at deals and started lusting and drilling over the new tractor. Yeah, I guess that tracks. The class tractors were always my favorites. Like, I've definitely used other tractors many a time. I usually, especially in these kinds of playthroughs, I'm usually just looking for the deal or whatever, but I just love class equipment. I don't know why. It's just pretty. Like, for this class tractor, I might have to buy the power washer, because, like, look how pretty it is. I can't just, like, let this sit in its own filth. This is a tractor that's meant to be shiny. And I used to like to get, because they have harvesters too. So I would usually not get the Fendt harvester, even though they would be slightly better. and I would get the class one just because I like them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. If it's you're spending that kind of money, you should keep it clean. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and like that tractor, by the way, the one we bought. Let's find it not on sale. I believe it's the large one. So I believe it's... Was it this one? I think it's this one. Yeah. It would have cost us $339,000. But it cost me $202,000. Oops. I did just realize something though. You have to forgive me. I'm out of practice. We need to repair it. Because the reason things go on sale is because their condition isn't like brand new. You're basically buying used equipment. So we do need to repair it. So when we're driving through with these wood chips, I'm going to need to stop by and repair it before I forget. But the one thing I do that, at least one of the things I do a couple things that make the game easier. But one of the things I do that makes the game easier is I have a mod for repair costs, because base game repair costs are crazy and absolutely debilitating if you're not leasing your equipment. And since I don't lease equipment, yeah, it was like, I don't know if they've changed this since it came out, but I remember like I would do a day of work with a tractor and then I would pay 1/5 of the cost of the tractor every day to repair the tractor. Something ridiculous like that. And it was like completely unsustainable. Now granted, for me, a day's work is a lot because again, I play real time, but still, that's a lot of money. Apparently, we're just gonna live the fancy life in this playthrough. Slowly but surely. And I've talked about this before when we were playing, but ultimately my goal, like as much as I would just love to, you know, be a billionaire in farming sim or whatever, ultimately my goal is just to fund the things I want to do by playing this way. Because that's just like what I find satisfying, so the like ultimate playthrough for me is where we start with $0 and then eventually we are like growing every crop in the game, or we're like, you know, doing a bunch of animal product stuff, you know, things like that. We have an empire of things, and we also have stuff to do. Because a lot of times for me with these playthroughs, it's more about just making sure I don't end up in a situation where I don't have the money to start a new project. So I just twiddle my thumbs. That would be the losing state of the game for me, is if I'm just waiting for time to pass because I can't afford to do anything else. We just sit and stare at our plants. Then I have lost. I am so overjoyed that I could push all these trees up the hill. That was freaking wild. Now, what I should be able to do is basically push the bottom half of the trees up and the upper half of the trees down, and they'll all be in one stack in the middle. And because I'm not scared of the slope anymore, oh god. Clearly I spoke too soon. Because I'm not scared of the slope anymore. Even though my tractor is drifting. It's okay if we're in the middle because I'm sure we can tug this trailer up the slope just fine. Hey Juan, welcome in. I just got a shiny new tractor. Look how shiny. Look at this interior. Look, it's so fancy. Look. So fancy. It was on sale. I'm having a great time. Still subject to gravity and downslopes, yeah. Yeah, these rocks are really slippery. We don't get very good traction on them. I don't think my tractor has a parking brake. Get in the hole. No. There we go. not good traction for the tractor. My goodness. So the thing slowing me down the most in this game is doing this story. Oh, yeah, she's playing the mascot game. Yeah, I started that one on stream, so they've seen it. You're just way further than me at this point. But yeah, I'll play a bunch of that during the marathon too. Yeah, I think you just said you bought it. Yeah. That game is so good. I'm excited to play way more of it. Louise has been binging it. Yeah, really quirky. You don't know what quirky means? Is that what you're saying? It kind of just means unique and weird. You're definitely quirky. Yeah. Very much so. Yeah, centric is a good one. Good synonym too. Honestly, probably anybody watching this stream is a little bit quirky. Let's be real. If you're into this, you're a little quirky. You just be a perfectionist? Oh gosh, I don't think a perfectionist could stand to be in here. How do I unfollow? Hey, quirky is a compliment. Who wants to be normal? That's boring. After watching Wicked, I don't know what's true. I'm still pretty upset that the Wicked movie was not the entire musical. That really caught me off guard. I won't talk about it too much to not like spoil the movie or whatever. But I'm a huge Wicked the musical fan. But I went into the movie pretty blind to what their take on it was going to be. Did it say it at the beginning? Did it really? I'm just dumb. I'm just a dummy. I had no idea. I was probably too excited to even like process the information. It was really good though. I struggle to think of a way they could have done it any better. Outside of, you know, just actually having the whole musical in the movie, that would have been nice. I should watch more movies in general. I found that refused to watch it until part 2 is out, but I've seen the musical play, so kind of figured it out. Yeah. Yeah, apparently part 2 will come out in November. If you're waiting on that. I believe it was November 21st, if my memory is not failing me. Yeah. But they could have made certain parts shorter, for sure. For sure they could have shortened some stuff, because some stuff was a little bloated than it needed to be. None of it was bad, though. But I don't know. I've seen Wicked like 10 times, so maybe I'm biased to whether it was like too much or not, because I was loving it, but I don't feel bloated. How we doing? Oh, we are completely full. Well then, that's a problem. I really got to start paying attention. One of these days. Surely. Oh god. Okay, I have to remember, when we are going through town, I need to repair this tractor. Oh my god, we are slipping and sliding like you wouldn't believe. Actually, I would just love to rewatch a bunch of movies. But also, there's just not enough time. I want to watch the extended versions of the Lord of the Rings movies again. I wish I did that like yearly or something. Like maybe instead of, I don't know. Maybe I should just pick a holiday and like that's how I celebrate that holiday, is I just watch all the extended versions of the Lord of the Rings. Because that sounds like a good time. That sounds like a good way to celebrate. I have made a mistake. I thought there was a gap. Clearly there is not. All I see is tree. Oh my god. I swear, I've hit this exact tree, this little shrub, so many times. There we go. All right, repair. Don't forget to repair. Cut it down. It's not my tree yet. but I will probably cut it eventually. When it is my tree. Because we all know it will be my tree. Okay, 3K is not too bad to repair it. I will take that. That is fine. $4. $4. Okay. Those were like not even damaged. Okay. You monster. Who will know? The government. Or something. Actually, technically, I could cut it because Lumberjack gives you the ability to cut down, like, you can give yourself the ability to cut down trees you don't own. But I just consider it, like, cheating. So, I don't do it. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Maybe not. Chip it, prove its ownership. Okay, no, we went the right way. I wasn't sure. I was hesitant whether my wood chipper was still attached to the front of the tractor for a second because the tractor is so much bigger than the other one. Just improving the temporary logging road. It would definitely be an improvement. There's no doubt it would be an improvement. Okay, this definitely has wood chips in it. So let's empty this. It had a lot of wood chips in it. I had definitely over wood chipped. All right. I wonder how many wood chips the wood chipper can temporarily hold, because it seems like a lot. It's not really something I want to test, but I'm grateful that it holds a good amount because of all the times I've accidentally overchipped. How many what can what the what do what? My wood chipper chip the wood chip wood. How much wood can the wood chip before the wood chip chips no wood? How much wood can the wood chip before the wood chip chips no wood? That's fun to say. Ah, this map is so gorgeous. I love it. I love it. These lumberjacks are killing my children. How much coffee can a streamer drink before going hyper bonkers? Only 1 cup today, so far. Though I can go hyper bonkers without any caffeine. Mm, mm, mm. Man, this tractor is so fast. I don't even know. So what if I just go further up before I turn? Let's try coming from like here. Oh, I can't see. I can't see where I'm going. What? See, I feel like I could make a road here. Because it's fairly clear of trees. There's just like this tree and some trees that are kind of encroaching that I could like get rid of. But it's not so bad. And to buy, let's see. I think we'd have to buy a pretty big chunk of land though, and that's the real problem. Yeah. We'd have to buy this and this to get all the way to the road. This one's cheap at least. That's 180K right there. That's a lot of dough. That's a lot of dough. Well, I didn't mean to do that. I keep misjudging the distance. I don't know why. There we go. I mean, your body can stop you if you're not careful. What is happening? There we go. Into the wood chipper you go. Misjudging distance prep work for Hollow Knight. Yup. If you think this is bad, just you wait. Yeah, I was telling them earlier I want to do that. How long have I been streaming? Should we take a bathroom break? I could probably use a stretch break. You know, I'm looking at the rest of these trees. I'm like, I might not get to plant in September if I am too slow. Though we kind of have a system now. There's a lot of trees. And your phone's doing it all. Juan, I think we should play Peak at some point. Just by the way. You think I'm gonna hate you? Your natural imp's gonna come out, but I think that's why it would be so fun. I didn't say we should beat Peak together. Just play it. I don't know what's involved in beating Peak, but from the gameplay I've seen, I feel like that's probably not in the cards for us. But certainly chaos is involved. Well, sure, reaching the peak is probably involved. That's a fair guess. Yeah, yeah, but I think that's probably the point. But like, you know, chat hasn't really seen us doing platforming together, but we are quite the pair. I vote okay if I'm allowed to stream it. Yeah, of course you're allowed to stream. I'm not going to stop you from streaming it. What do you mean? Yeah, we can do it in the upcoming marathon. You just pick whatever day you want to pop in on the marathon, and we'll play it. Juan and I have talked about Repo, and Juan's convinced me there's no shot that I would survive a Repo playthrough. We got like what felt like 30 minutes out of another game that was awesome, but like definitely beyond my capabilities, called Content Warning. It was hilarious, but it was also incredibly difficult. I do feel like Content Warning, though, part of our problem was that we need more people. We need like a full group. You need like a full group to play Content Warning, because it's actually really hard. Silly, scary. Yeah, it might be the case with Repo that like I could work through it, but also genuinely, like, even if there's just like jump scares and stuff, my anxiety builds up to the point that like I just feel like I'm gonna die and I need to lay down. I don't know that I want to do that in the middle of a marathon, but maybe not the marathon. I have friends, they say they won't because oh my god. Yeah, Content Warning was really funny though. It was, the like creatures and stuff in Content Warning were genuinely terrifying, but there was so much comedy in that game. I under a better in a cupboard. I don't know. Did y'all see me playing Phasmo? Phasmo almost killed me in real life. Like, I laughed when I was playing Phasmo, but my soul was crying. And my heart was pounding. Lethal Company. Yeah, Lethal Company looks even scarier than Repo from what I've seen of it. I'm such a wimp. Don't ever underestimate how much of a wimp I am. I am the wimpiest person you've never met. I am not built to fear. Ooh, I found something steep enough to slow down this tractor. Let's go slightly downhill. Well, that was a magically clear path. Oh, I'm not actually at the road yet. Okay, that's still pretty clear. I told you he's afraid of things you do. I should probably stream more scary games though, because I think like a third of my clips, or something absurd, are all from me playing Phasmo. And I only did like 3 streams with Phasmo. But y'all loved it. I love you, but I don't want to kill you. Yeah. Yeah, I think for scary games in a marathon is probably a bad idea. As one-shots, I'm not as worried about trying them because then if I need a break or like if I need it to be a short stream because I get worn out, then it's not a big deal. But yeah, I think it is, yeah. But yeah, hold on, let me know like you can just DM me or whatever a day, a time this coming week, and we'll do it in the marathon. A day at a time. This coming week. Because the marathon will be Sunday to Sunday. It'll be this coming Sunday to the following Sunday. And then I take the next week off from streaming. Ooh. Dump it. Give me my money. Good. Small load that time. Because the previous load was oversized. A day, a time next week. Does that work? Well, technically, that's what I said. So Sunday, like 2 days from now, Sunday, to the following Sunday, in between those 2 Sundays, is the marathon. That's the window. But if you're busy that week, we could just do it sometime later. Yeah, it's a big window. It's a week. We marathoning. I just feel so at peace here. The birds be a chirping. The money be rolling in. Coconut's friendly fire item. That's as a song, you remember? I was looking at chat when I was driving. A dangerous game to play. That's the Sunday you might be busy. Oh no. Well, you got all week. I'll be around that whole week. It's a marathon. Ba-da-ba-bum. Let's do a save. And let's do a stretch break, shall we? Let me go do the old pause there. We'll do a stretch break and I will be back in a few.
Okay, just for the heck of it. Wait, that hurts me too! Wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, good.
Now you're making rushing voices.
I'm in the mud. I'm in the mud. I'm in the mud. I'm in in the mud. This is a joke, right? They're like, look at all the great stuff I've got. Has nothing.
Come back soon.
That's it. There's nothing there.
We've got some new.
Oh. Wow. Okay, wait. But wait, you don't understand. But wait. There is another part of this game where circle was confirmed, okay? There was another part of this game where circle was confirmed, and then they switched it up on me. They switched it up on me and made X confirm. Also, I am not gonna give you 500 gold for a freaking pumpkin. That's not happening. Whoa! What happened? Did I really fish that much? Oh wow, these stonefish! Oh my god, I gotta go fishing there for money. Screw the lake, man. Whoa! Whoa! Sleeps, you're in the way. He doesn't even have to hire anybody full time because I'm just. Ah! Anyway, nothing happened. Oh my god, he plundered a blade! I brought you some more snacks in case you're hungry. No? Well, if you ever change your mind, it's there. I'll just leave it. Here we go. This is the one that we were doing it with before.
I'm back. I almost pressed the stop streaming button. That would have been bad. That's not what we want. Thank you, thank you. Miss Monster Hunter when it was old. Belts. That is you know, that is the perfect way to say it. Perfectly said. Me too. You did say what you said. That's true. What was said was said. I was actually just thinking, like, first, I don't remember why I was thinking about this right before I turned stream on, but I was just like, oh no, I was thinking about it because of my intro. I was like, man, if they ever release, re-release, I should say, like anything prior to Worlds on PC, that's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be so good. That'll get me back, man. Play the heck out of some Monster Hunter on PC. That's so funny because I feel like you and I have played For You the most times, like together, out of all of the monster. Like we've just like started over in For You like at least 4 different times, and it was amazing. Like I completely understand that that's the one you would choose. For me, because I wasn't around and like I didn't really play them, like I think Monster Hunter 1 I was having a lot of fun with. So I would like to like play it properly on my PC. I'd love to get like, you know, achievements and stuff. That'd be cool. Like Monster Hunter 1, the little bit I played of it, I was pretty surprised, but I actually feel like it really stands the test of time pretty well. I don't even really feel like they need to change anything other than to just make it run. Make it run on PC. And I guess they'd have to figure out the whole, like, multiplayer component all over again in a modern time. But, like to make sure everybody can connect to each other. But, like, just do that. Like, just, that's it. Like it's so special. Like it's really cool actually to see where it started. Like I think leaving it as it is without like adding any quality of life or anything like that would be for the best, because it's kind of cool to see what the game feels like before you add those things in the name of quality of life, because it actually makes the game feel like a totally different experience in a way, while still being the same, like still having the same like spirit to it. But it definitely feels more like a survival game in Monster Hunter 1. I wouldn't want every Monster Hunter to be that. Like, I'm glad that they, like, made changes over the years. But if they were to release Monster Hunter 1, I would want them to keep that aspect of it. And, like, I want them to keep the fact that there weren't, like, button prompts whenever you were standing on top of like a gatherable plant and stuff like that. Like I actually think that added so much. Like not exactly immersion, but also kind of immersion, because I think playing Monster Hunter 1 just made me realize how much modern games just like cover your screen in UI. Because there was so little stuff covering my screen in Monster Hunter 1. And it was kind of nice. It did mean that it was a little confusing at first to, like, figure things out. But once you figure things out, you figure things out, you know? It also kind of kept the sense of discovery, like, it, like, kind of prolonged it. Because you kept just being like, whenever I would find something new that I could pick up, it was like a, whoa, I could pick that up? I've seen those everywhere, you know? Whereas, like, you jump forward to modern Monster Hunter and everything's, like, sparkling and is got a green glow effect on it, and you like walk within 10 feet of it and you get a giant button prompt on your screen being like, press A to gather. Actually, more like 30 feet from it, and you've got to press your slinger to gather. Like, it's actually crazy the difference. They've added so much quality of life to Monster Hunter at this point that they've removed walking. It's basically like one of those dystopian films where in the future we just like what was it, WALL-E? Where everybody's just like sitting in chairs. Yeah, that's basically modern Monster Hunter. We don't use our legs anymore. That's crazy. Who would use their legs? I don't know. I feel like I want Monster Hunter 1 to exist the way it does. Like if they were to bring it to PC, I would want it to just be what it is. But I'm not against all of the like changes to Monster Hunter. I guess what I'm trying to say, like, I think up to a certain point, I'm totally fine with. I like all the different shades of it. Maybe not so much the very newest shade of it, but it's still pretty good. Still pretty good video game. I do think they've gone a bit too far with Wilds in the quality of lifing the game out of the game. But just a smidge. But you know, I'm just a girl who uses a chainsaw in a game where you can use automatic tree cutting machines. So, what do I know? Oh, I'm so excited to push these. I'm so excited to push these. I'm talking about this game. In this game, you can buy... Oh, my mouse is in the middle of the screen. I'm so sorry. You can buy these big boys. And they just grab the tree and you cut the tree to a specified length and they trim the tree. They do it all. And you crane the tree over to somewhere. Boom. If I had one of those, I would have cut down all these trees. In probably by 2 streams ago. But where's the fun in that? I mean, not that I'm against using those machines in this game, but we seem to have toppled. Wait. I can do this. Got it. No problem. I'm an expert. Like a turtle. Just gotta rock back and forth. I'm certainly not against using those machines. I have used them in other playthroughs. But they have their time and place. I like both. These rocks are like ice, man. Ice. This is crazy. I feel like I'm extra slipping and sliding for some reason. Did someone increase the slip? Did someone spread oil on my rocks? But then how am I going to drift? How are people going to know my sweet drifting skills? This is a supercharged tractor. This thing... My previous tractor could not even begin to do this. This is wild. The amount of weight that this thing is pushing. This is like, what, 7 trees right now? And it's pushing it up an incline that's like this. That tree is straight. This is how steep this incline is. This tractor's a beast. I wonder if I'm going about this the wrong way, though. Because, I mean... We know that this tractor can pull the trailer up the slope, right? Maybe I should have just pushed all of them down. All of them down the slope. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Slow down. Slow down. I am not touching the gas. We are just going. We are just falling. I've seen cars with 4 engines and 12 superchargers. Dang it. That's crazy. Yeah, I think for the next row, I am going to try just like pushing them all downhill. Yeah, momentum was crazy. This slope is just nuts. I like how the winch, I'm using less as a winch now and just as my shovel. Okay. This time, I won't let you guys down, or myself down, or this tractor down. Here we go. Nailed it. I'm hoping that by the end of today's stream, I have more money than when I started, even though I bought a tractor. That would be great. Okay. Guess we decided to let go of that one. Depth perception. Oh my god. The slope's making me drunk. When's good for peak? Okay, so 2 days from now is Sunday, right? My marathon starts 4 p.m. Eastern on that Sunday. And then it ends the following Sunday. Anytime between those two times. You just DM me when you want, and we'll figure it out. Next Saturday? Alright, we should probably just plan for next Saturday. Because day one might be a little crazy. I know you're crazy. And I know I'm crazy. Wonder how many trees I've cut at this point. Let's see. Oh, 107. It's more than I would have thought. That's all been on this plot. 'Cause this is the only land we own. We don't even have a house yet. I've just been sleeping at the inn. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Oop. Depth perception lets me down again. Wow. I didn't even notice I didn't chip that. All right, enjoy your break. How much wood can a wood chip before I'm rich and don't need to chip no wood? Although, honestly, even if I made all the money I wanted, I still just want to get rid of the trees on this plot. I want the space. I'm still a little bummed that this rocky texture is just like a texture and I can't use the stone picker on it. That would have been kind of cool. This wood chipper is pretty good. I feel like if it just had like a conveyor belt tongue of sorts, it would be even better. But for the price, pretty good. Worth every dollar. It looks really funny attached to such a premium tractor, though. We're doing on space pretty good, pretty good. We can at the very least chip this tree. Oop. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Well, there's the trick. Don't shove them in long ways. Fantastic. How we doing? Okay, I can't fit another whole tree, so let's just deliver this. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo. Ah, this tractor. It's beautiful. I don't think I saw any class tractors when we were driving up to our new home. I definitely saw John Deere tractors, but I don't think I saw any of these class tractors. Ooh. This thing turns on a dime. "31 miles per hour. Lugging 30,000 liters of wood chips. What a beast. Oh, the other good news is that we've gone this whole stream on the game that caused me the most issues when I was having computer issues, and we haven't had a stream crash, so I think I did fix the issue. I was pretty confident I did because I stress test the heck out of it, but it was hard to be completely sure without going live because there was always a chance that it was something specific with actually streaming. But I'm pretty sure I found the source of the issue. It's definitely NVIDIA. So it's funny because last night, I think it was, I was watching another streamer, a couple streamers actually. They were playing the new Borderlands game, and I watched them all have the issues I've been having. And I'm willing to bet that they hadn't updated their drivers recently, but they did update them for Borderlands, because there was a Borderlands specific game ready driver from NVIDIA, which means they got the NVIDIA driver update that is trying to kill my computer. And I was just like, and they were like, oh, Borderlands, you suck. But like, I have a feeling it was not Borderlands. And it was actually just NVIDIA. But I watched one of them actually have their stream crash from it as well, so. Yeah, and Lola, you were saying too that you saw people suffering from it, so. Yeah. Hopefully NVIDIA figures out that it messed up and they resolve the issue, because what I had to do to prevent it was basically limit my system. So that's not ideal. And I'm lucky because I have kind of a beast of a computer, so that limiting my system still means I can play most games at max settings and still have a lot of headroom and all that good stuff, like if I wanted to. I don't play most things at max settings just to be careful, but I imagine there's a lot of people that are not in that situation and they're just kind of screwed. So that sucks. But they're also not streaming, so they probably in some ways aren't. If you don't have a really high-end machine, you're probably less likely to be a streamer, and so you're probably stressing it a little bit less because you're not streaming. But even still, I'm gonna just turn this around because I can. Yeah, I'm relieved that at the very least this game, which is incredibly poorly optimized, it has run smoothly today. Because that is something I hope doesn't plague us during the marathon, because I would hate for the stream to go down in the middle of the marathon. a bunch of times. But I think we should be okay. As weird as it sounds, if my computer can handle streaming Farming Sim, it can probably handle streaming pretty much anything. Well, maybe not Monster Hunter Wilds, but anything else. Ba-dum, ba-da-ba-da-dum. But those were so funny. Yeah. The glitches, yeah. Now we had so much fun when Wilds came out. Like, I'm disappointed in them because I know they can do better. Like they can release a more polished product than they did. You know, it was very clear that they released that game before it was done. You know, the mistakes were made, but regardless of all that, we had a really good time. At the end of the day, Louise and I still powered through and 100% the game, so. At the end of the day, it's still Monster Hunter, you know? Shame on corporate greed. Yeah, that is probably the culprit. That's probably the culprit. It's really too bad, honestly. I don't know, maybe there's a less evil story to it, you know, maybe it wasn't greedy, maybe it was just what they had to do. Pay the bills. Will Louise play Pikachu too? I'll ask her. It'll depend on the time. Because if she's like tired and stuff, she might not want to, but her and Juan have opposite hours of awakeness a lot of the time. But that would be very fun. And of my favorite people, they are two of them. So I would be pleased. When they both played Wilds with me on launch, I felt like it was my birthday and Christmas at the same time. It was the best. Bum, bum, bum. But also, maybe we shouldn't subject Louise to just how terrible Juan and I are both going to be at that game. Because Louise will not be terrible at that game. I guarantee it. Juan and I, however, utter disasters. I have no doubt in my mind that our skill sets are not compatible with that game. And that will be a lot of the entertainment of us trying to play it. The Scoutmaster. I think she's played it already too. I think because I think that's why we have it. I think Louise already played it. I just haven't played it. I'm so excited for Blueprints too. I haven't heard a single negative thing about Blueprints. I've only heard people just raving and raving about how good it is. And then like a bunch of people that don't even normally play like puzzle games played it when it came out and loved it. So pretty excited. I still wish I could wipe my memory and play for the first time, but somehow knowing that I should play it, the 999 series on stream. Because while I'm sure I've forgotten enough of the puzzles in the 999 series, I definitely remember a lot of the like plot twists and stuff, and that would definitely not make it as interesting of a stream. I still need to get Zan to play that series. But he's got WoW and Silent Hill to stream, so I assume Silent Hill F is coming out in like October? Zan is where I go to enjoy all the scary games vicariously, since I can't play them myself. Da-da-da-dum. Yeah, I don't know if I've looked at this plot and tried to guess by just like glancing at it how many trees were here. I don't think I would have even guessed this entire plot had like more than 150 trees. But now that we've got cuts, it already said we cut 107. This might be like 200 trees. I'm gonna consider the marathon an early birthday present. Aww! When's your birthday? I'm glad I could get you something. Yeah, you know, I'm so excited to that like this marathon, I'm not like raising money for emotes or raising money for anything. That like it's gonna be a week. Y'all can just sit back and enjoy it. Don't have to worry about a timer running out or anything like that. We just play games, we have fun. It's gonna be great. Honestly, the timer stressed me out too when I would have a timer. September 22, 61. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's see, does that... Let me pull up the calendar real quick. For my dumb brain. that mean your birthday's actually during the marathon? Oh, not quite. It's like it ends the day before. That's crazy. So close. Do you realize the steep... Oh, thank you for the follow. The steep grade of this plot when you bought it? I really didn't. I really didn't. I was honestly, when I bought this, I was like, okay, it has trees, but I was hoping that these rocks were pick-upable because I just thought that'd be like fun. But even though they weren't, at the very least, it was enough trees for the money of the plot that, you know, we would make, well, we wouldn't really make money from the rocks anyway, I'm sure. These rocks aren't worth much, but I just would have enjoyed the satisfying feeling of clearing them because the rocks were so dense. But, yeah. I mostly just got it because of that. It had trees, and, I don't know. And it was a good size. Good size for a good price. Wait, do we have space? Okay, yeah. Try not to chop more than we can fit. Because I keep doing that. Can you plant here with this grade? Yeah, we'll see. That is one of my concerns. Like, so once we remove the trees, definitely I will have to plow this so that it becomes like a plantable area. But the thing I'm worried about potentially being a problem is the slope is so steep that we might have issues with some of the implements, because the implements can often be very straight. They don't like bend around the environment. There might be some that do. But they might not be able to like properly, like for example, like the cedar might not make contact with the ground properly, and then we're gonna have a bunch of trouble planting. Or like the harvester, especially because we got a really big one, it means the implements will be longer, so the chances that the slope becomes an issue kind of increase because the implements are bigger, if that makes sense. So it could be an issue, but it also seems to be fairly evenly sloped, and that might make it okay. Also, I can't help but assume that it's going to be okay simply because this map has been landscaped with a lot of care. Like, I've noticed that even though there's really drastic slopes on this map, that most maps that have even slight landscaping like this, like where there's dips and things, most maps, even Giants maps, whenever they do that, there's sort of like artifacts that get left behind. Like, it's really easy to create a landscape situation where there's just like almost a pothole in the ground, and then when it comes to like taking your tools over it, it's really annoying. But I've noticed on this map, it seems like they've gone to a lot of extra care to avoid that. Like, it looks very well smoothed out so that there's no extreme like changes like that that have those like kind of issues, at least from what I've seen. Because we were going around quite a bit for the mushrooms, and if that remains to be the case, that's going to be one of the most impressive things to me about this map. Like, it's gorgeous. It's a mostly like nature map, right? And yet all of the landscape has just been very thoughtfully done. And I would not be surprised if they tested out like every plot with a machine to make sure that like there weren't any hiccups. But we'll have to see. Worst case, I will just have to alter my equipment choice to make it a little bit easier to actually use the field. And worse than that case, which I suppose would be the actual worst case, we just don't actually use this entire plot as a field, and we put like our house and like placeables on this plot instead. But I think it's gonna be okay. I think. We almost got it in exactly 2 loads, but I'm not gonna push it. We're at 99%. That was a nearly perfect load. Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh, I feel that extra weight. Jeez. Okay, let's go maybe not directly up the slope. Go like this. Can I turn this off? Okay, I did. Good. Yeah, I wonder how much time they spent, like, laying all this out. Like, it's pretty impressive that each of the different plots of trees has personality and, like, something slightly different about it, or, like, just the variety of the trees is a really good mix, and it looks great. Very impressive. Wonder where the other 30 some odd mushrooms are hiding from me, and if I will ever find them. I feel like any other map like this, I would just be like, oh yeah, we're gonna tear all the trees down, but I can't imagine doing that on this map. Like, it would take so much away from what makes this map enjoyable to exist on if I tore down all the trees that I kind of don't want to tear many trees down at all. Like, I just want to tear down the trees from the plot I'm doing right now, and then maybe tear down a few trees to make, like, roads and stuff. But then other than that, I'm just gonna use the existing fields since there's plenty of existing fields for all the crops we want. But I love being surrounded by these forests. Like it's really nice. Mushroom hunt, mushroom hunt. I'm sure time for money, it's not really worth it at this point for the mushrooms, but I do hope we eventually find more of them. Because yeah, it would be less than 40k total for all the remaining mushrooms. Assuming they're all still just worth the 1k that they were before. And it would probably take me many more hours than it would take me to cut these trees. Or to cut the same value in wood chips. I've seen some people play this game where like, in fact, most people I see play this game have like an army of machines that they've like hired workers to run like all these fields at once, and then they like harvest in such large quantities that they've like chained together multiple trailers worth that have to be towed by like a massive truck, and it's like it's a train, and they, like if they were to try to weave through paths like this, it would be a nightmare because like the scale of which that they do stuff. It was like, I am on the small, even when I build a empire in this game, my farming never looks like that. That's something that's really cool about the game, though, is there is a lot to do and a lot of ways to accomplish the same thing. Like there's a lot of different pieces of machinery you could use. Like you could use all like smaller implements, like I did when I was using old Betsy to mow and stuff like that. But like you can go real big, and then you add mods into the equation. You can do all sorts of crazy things. Some people just mine in the game and use like the Terraform mod, and then they use other mods that have like ores and stuff, and then they just mine. Or like there's some people that will just make roads or do like road projects using the Terraform mod. You got people that only ever do logging and nothing else, and never farm. Or they only do animals, or they only do contracts, or they do everything. Oh. My headset just decided to make horrible noises at me. There we go. That's better. Just needed a reset. I need to get a new headset. Honestly, a like pretty cheap headset would probably serve me better than this headset at this point. This one's having a lot of issues. I feel like I've had it for a long time though. It used to be my mic as well. Okay. Let's move this out of the way. And I'm gonna try with this next row. I'm gonna try pushing them all the way down the hill. I think this will be very entertaining. Could also be a disaster, but an entertaining disaster. Ooh. Ooh. So violent today. Okay. Let's see, how many rows do we have left? We're about to get to really small trees. Looks like we've only got like 4 rows of even remotely grown trees, and then we're into the babies. The babies might take me a while just because there's so many of them. There's so many of them. Wow. Oh, did these grow? This looks taller than the other ones. Weird. Oh wow, this keeps going. There's a lot of these babies. What's... Oh man, they have almost no volume either. I think I looked up how long these take to grow, and it just wasn't worth it, because I would be tempted to wait, but I think it's something like 6 years or more than that. So that's probably not worth. I'd rather just get rid of them. Ooh. I'm hiccuping a little. After last stream, I would take a game crashing any day over my stream crashing. Like, I much prefer that. You know, I feel like I should save after saying that. I feel like I cursed at some god somewhere. This feels like way more in this row. Maybe this part is wider? I mean, looking at the mini-map, it doesn't look like it is. All right. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Surprised I can run and do that. I've never actually tried doing that before. So fast. Oop. I almost cut it. It's like trippy to run, run across it. I feel like I'm being propelled by like the blade or something. Okay. Let's try pushing down. See if I can keep this from going a little too out of control here. I don't know that I actually want to push them all the way down. I might push a little bit of the bottom up just because it goes kind of into the bushes. But I think we can just push most of the... Oh my god, I'm already going so fast. I'm already going too fast. Okay. Okay, here we go. Not touching the gas. Just let the slope take me. Let it take me. We're slowing down a little. I'll put a little gas. We're building up friction here with all these logs. This is way easier than what I was doing, though. This is a little silly. Okay. Let's put the last 3 up here. It's kind of crazy how much easier that was. Remember when I was wenching 2 logs at a time? That took forever. Just needed this monster tractor. Honestly, maybe I could have been pushing them down the whole time. Because that uses so much of the momentum of the slope that I may have just been able to do that. I can't quite the angle I want. Back in the olden days, I had to winch my logs. Now the logs winch me. Doesn't matter, but I am still going to straighten this pile a little bit. All that really matters is that I'm not running a mile to get them. But look how beautiful it is! Oh my god! Look at all them truz. Look at all them truz. Oh my goodness. Now let's get the trailer over here. When did I get all this space on this plot? This is crazy. Wait, there's wood chips in here? Oh, right. From that one tree. I forgot. Right. Of course. Slow down. What time is it? Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah, we'll fold this back up. We should probably continue this during the marathon. Oh, but good progress, right? Like, if I don't know how many rows I did today, but I feel like I did a bunch. Let's see, what are my stats now? So now we're at, oh, I can see my current session. 56 of the trees were cut today. So almost half of them were cut today. We got so much done today compared to other days. Or other sessions, I should say. That's crazy. Huh. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that. Well, if we have days like that, I think on marathon days it'd be kind of cool. Like like I was saying, like whenever I wake up, so not necessarily morning, but like we could sort of start each new session with a little bit of farming. And it'd be a good thing to do as people roll in for the day too, because it's easy to catch up on Farming Sim because it takes me time to do stuff versus other games that might have like a bespoke story to them, instead of a self-determined story like Farming Sim has. So it could be good. And like I was saying, we could do like WoW story time more in the evenings to wind down, perhaps. And then every day, maybe the middle of the day, we do one of the other more wild card games that I've got on the list. We'll see. And it sounds like Saturday, probably some peak with the Juan, so that'll be good. Not this Saturday, but the Saturday during the marathon. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm glad that everything went good today. No tech issues, none of them shenanigans. And hopefully that remains the case for the marathon. And we can enjoy doing all the things. And yeah, it's gonna be a little bit nuts. I hope y'all will bear with me because I'm gonna try to be playing as much games as possible. So it won't be like the old marathons where there's a set time that I'm gonna be awake every single day that's the same every single day. But what I'm gonna do is whenever I do go on an extended break, I'll give you guys like a timer. I'll put a timer on screen of when I think I'll be back, like when I'm gonna wake up and stuff. And there should be, if I can get all the stuff figured out, I want to have games for you guys to play. The simplest option would be something like Gartic, if you've ever seen that on other people's streams, and just have it on autoplay so you guys could rack up points all you want on stuff like that. But I'm also trying to see if I can get something maybe a little bit different to work, but we'll see if that happens. But yeah, it should be good. And check out the Discord for the official announcement with all the information if you have any questions. And otherwise, I will see you guys on Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern for the start of the marathon. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to raid. Who's around? Oh my goodness! I see a wonderful human being available to be raided. We're gonna go raid Rogue of Light TV, who it looks like she's currently restarting the MSQ for Final Fantasy XIV, of which she is a fan of, to say the least. I'll see you guys there, and see you on Sunday. Bye!